right, hello everybody. We are live. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are tracking a severe storm right now, which is over northern Llano County and is closing in on Llano proper. Now, this is a storm that could be producing hail as large as egg size. So wanted to hop on live and give you an update. And I see we got some folks tuning on. If you have questions or if you live in Llano and you have any reports that you can safely pass along to us, we are keeping an eye on everything in the chat room. So here's our storm. The warning will go until 7:45. Let me loop this so you can see the way that it is moving. It is drifting southeastward, and this is tracking right towards town in Llano. So make sure you are taking your hail precautions. If you live in Llano, if you got a car and it's not somewhere protected, I think now is the time to get that taken care of, and here's why. This is our hail tracker. I've been checking in with the National Weather Service, so they have recently upgraded the hail size here to as much as 2 inches in diameter. Again, that is egg size. There also could be some gusty winds in here. They're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated, and hail that could be as large as 2 inches in diameter. Hey, here's a brand new note. They say the severe storm is on track to reach the north side of the city of Llano around 7:25 to 7:30. So really, we're looking at here in the next 5 to 15 minutes moving into the north side of Llano. And again, this does have that hail potential coming in with it. The hail core right now is right along 71. That is going to pass southeastward towards Llano. So again, want to make sure you are taking your hail precautions. Now that we have showed you the one severe storm, that is really the only imminent hail concern that we have right now. Let me back out the view. There is nothing going on across the metro right now and across Gillespie County. The storm that previously was strong near Harper, that is almost entirely weakened. So really, we're watching this stuff up here over northern Mason County and northern Llano County. And here in a couple of moments, we'll get into the models. We'll talk about how this could play out through the rest of this evening. This stuff here over northern Mason County is not severe, but that little... So it could be a new hail core that has my attention on the northeast side of Mason. Let's get back into the hail tracker here. Yeah, that's not looking like anything too sizable. That's why it's under severe limits right now. But north of 29, there could be maybe some pea size, some pocket change size hail there over Mason County. That is not nearly as significant as the hail, which right now is over Llano County. Here's that one, and I'll show you the path that this hail core has taken. So this is the hail history over the past 2 hours. You can see where that kind of dove out of San Saba County, tracked southward, and now it's going southeastward and is heading towards Llano. Initially, it was $half size to golf ball size hail. Now that's been upgraded, so hail that could be as large as egg size. Hop into the velocity here just to show you, we're a ways away from the radar site. I don't have a tornado concern here, but there could be some gusty straight line winds. It could be perhaps as high as 50 to 60 miles per hour with this severe storm, which is rolling into Llano as we speak. Keeping an eye here on the Facebook chat. Catherine says, do you think South Austin will see anything? Sky looks dark here. So in the metro, we've got clouds. This is kind of the blow off in the higher levels of the atmosphere from these storms that have developed across the hill country. For Austin, unless this storm holds together, I think we're still looking at a while from now before the rain chance kind of ramps up. And the highest rain chance through this evening is going to be across the hill country. Let me show you how one of our models is playing this out through the rest of this evening. And I'll tell you, I've been saying this a lot recently, the models have not had a perfect idea of how things have been playing out. But here we go, is 7 p.m., 8:30, that existing activity staying across the hill country, still not a concern for Austin. Really for Austin, I think that the main rain chance, if it even develops, is going to be after midnight. But you can see that a good chunk of this rain is going to stay across the hill country. And that is why our severe thunderstorm watch, pull this up for you, does not include Travis County, does not include Williamson County, it does not include the I-35 corridor. The biggest storm concern and the biggest severe weather concern is going to likely stay across the hill country. Again, that's not to say that there couldn't be any rain. I do want to show you one more model. Here's our graph model. And it is not initialized perfectly, as you can see, but it does have the potential for some rain coming into the metro around midnight, 1 a.m. tonight. So you can see there is some uncertainty, but regardless, for the time being, there's not an imminent chance of storms moving into the Austin area. It would likely be a few hours from now. Just because the better instability, better parameters right now are across the hill country. Justin says, good evening, everybody. Just wanted to let everyone know we're seeing clear skies here in Pflugerville and Round Rock and Georgetown. Yeah, for, again, the I-35 corridor, not an issue right now. Just to show you, here's our Kalahari cam. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly cloudy there. Again, in the high levels, we've got kind of the blow off from these storms that has kind of clouded things up across parts of the metro and parts of Williamson County. But the storm itself is still out over Llano County, and then additional storms over Mason County. Sam is watching from Cedar Park. Looks like no urgent questions here. Checking in with the National Weather Service. Again, they're just saying the last update was this severe storm on track to reach the north side of the city of Llano around 7:25 to 7:30. And again, this is primarily a hail threat. This has been producing hail up to the size of eggs. And that is what we are tracking heading right into town now. Let's get in on the latest hail core. Hey, it's come down in size a little bit. You can see earlier here's 710. Fast forward to now, the hail core has been weakening a little bit. Maybe we can dodge a bullet here in Llano, but again, my advice, just to be on the safe side, get the car protected based on the fact that there is still a pretty sizable hail core there. Also want to talk about the rain that has fallen. Hey, we are adding to some good totals that we had back last week. So far, here is what we've got. Mason has been just hitting the jackpot for rain here recently. Anywhere where you see the green shading, that's going to be 1 to 3 inches of rain. So 1.5, 1.6, 1.8. Some of those totals over Mason County in the north into San Saba County. And in between, you know, in the blue, that's going to be anywhere from 1/10 of an inch to an inch of rain. And we do have the concern for maybe some minor flooding through tonight. It's not a huge concern of mine. Mainly, this would be beneficial rain. And because the ground is already saturated from the rain we had last week, hopefully we get more efficient runoff into our creeks and streams and rivers here and get some of this going into our Highland Lake system. But you can see the Weather Prediction Center has outlined that level 2 slight risk across Mason County, Llano County. They do include western Burnett into northwest Blanco and most of Gillespie County. And then also the severe outlook. Load this up, so it might take a second on our computer here. Still the level 2 slight risk. That is mainly driven by the hail concerns, and one of the additions that we saw today from the Storm Prediction Center, this is the hail categorical outlook. They added that hatched area for Burnett, Blanco, and Llano, Mason, and Gillespie, and that means that some significant hail is a possibility, and hail is exactly what we are tracking for you right now if you live in northern Llano County. Again, just to be clear, I know we do have some dark skies across parts of the I-35 corridor. No severe weather concern for the I-35 corridor right now. Only one warning, and that is this storm, which is impacting Llano County and is about to move into Llano proper, although hopefully we can get that hail core. Maybe it dodges the city and stays just on the west side of town, but that's the warning to the north. Let's punch up this one. There it is, severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 for exclusively Llano County. Going to get into the text of the warning here. Let's see. Yep, they're still saying moving southeast at 20. We'll do a storm track here in a moment. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And hail especially is the concern of mine. Okay, so they've got, let's see. Southeast at 20. Let's do a storm track on this, so we'll get you back over to the cleaner radar shot. And I'll back this out a little bit. Moving into Llano as we speak, but some areas a little farther down the line. Again, these are approximate timings, not exact, but we'll drag this out at about 20. And this will show you if they extend the warning a little bit more. This could work into places like Kingsland. So Llano, moving in as we speak. Stoles, about 7:33. Kingsland, 7:48. Sunrise Beach Village, 7:54, working into parts of Burnett County if it holds together. Now, the idea, I showed you that one model, is that as this activity works closer to the I-35 corridor, it's probably a weakening trend. So hopefully that happens. We get rid of the hail core here and we just pick up on some of this beneficial rain. But these are some of the approximate timings for folks who are out ahead of this. Gabriel, no problem. I appreciate it. Hubert watching in Kyle, Texas. No concern in Kyle right now. Again, this is just a Llano County situation right now. Just reading through some of the Twitter National Weather Service reports coming in. Lisa asking about the Coppers Cove area up north of here. You can see, for now, the activity remains off to the west, but there is new activity developing over McCulloch County and San Saba County in northern Mason County. And then just to show you, let me back this out even more. Oh, I apologize. Here is the bigger picture view. You can see the cold front that's kind of coming in from the north. It's providing the forcing for some of these storms. Then also some new activity that's trying to develop over the northern terrain, higher terrain of northern Mexico. But mainly, this is the concern for now. In fact, new rain blossoming over Mason County, so especially over northern Mason, we may need to watch that potential for some minor flooding. I could see a flood advisory maybe being issued in the future there. Let's get back into Llano, though. Hey, it looks like, based on the reflectivity, it looks like that hail core is weakening and like it may stay west of town. I hope so. You're going to get heavy rain, but hopefully you avoid the worst of that hail core. Okay, we've got some small hail coming into Llano now. But this is really not the same intensity as earlier. When I popped on here a couple of minutes ago, this was producing egg-sized hail. That's big. That's 2 inches in diameter. I don't see that potential right now. Of course, y'all know how these work. They can flare back up and start producing hail again. But for now, I would say this is maybe quarters. Quarters or smaller. Probably smaller what's working into Llano right now. So still, my advice, make sure you're protected as far as cars and vehicles and anything outside. Make sure that's taken care of as this hail core rolls on in. Let's see. Let me see if there's any reports. Again, this is the hail path over the last hour or two. I believe this goes back 2 hours. And you can see it's been more sizable. It kind of developed over San Saba County and then swung down into Llano County. So the last report we had was up here. And this was a while ago. Punch this up for you. So that was 2 inches. So that was the hail that prompted the 2 inch in diameter egg size upgrade to the warning. That was at 7:08 though. So that was about 20 minutes ago. And over the course of the past 20 minutes, we have seen the hail core weakening. Again, we know how this works. They can pulse right back up, but for now, it's a weakening hail core, but that is sure heavy rain coming into Llano right now, and also a big lightning producer. Let's see how many lightning strikes this thing's creating right now. Choose an area about like this. 230 lightning strikes. That's how much this thing is producing. Back last week, we had some that were like 500 plus, so not quite that electric, but it's a big loud thunderstorm, and it is still severe warned heading into Llano. We've been talking about the hail potential, which again is my #1 concern. But outside of that, still some gusty winds will be a possibility, and we'll need to watch that threat for some locally heavy rainfall as well. Alexa, is Round Rock safe from hail? For the time being, yes. Again, the idea is that if any of this stuff tries to get into the I-35 corridor later on this evening, it's likely weakening the parameters. Not quite as impressive for the I-35 corridor. I can't rule out some rain and some storms, but I do think the severe risk is much lower for the I-35 corridor, which is why those areas are not under the severe thunderstorm watch. Here's some new information from the National Weather Service. They have downgraded the hail size. They are now saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to 1 inch in diameter. So that would be quarter size or smaller. So as the storm has weakened, they're picking up on some of that same stuff. Here's what Jason is saying from the National Weather Service. Hail size has trended back down to quarter size on the severe storm approaching the city of Llano. Yep, that is exactly what we are seeing. Jackson says these storms can get real crazy with the lightning when it comes into an atmosphere like what we have tonight. Absolutely. And just to show you what Jackson is talking about, let me back this out. And this graphic may take a moment to load, but I'll load in the instability. We've got tons and tons of, we call it CAPE, convective available potential energy, or just instability. Basically fuel for thunderstorms. We've got tons of it. We'll see if our graphic loads. Yeah. So anytime, now some storms will start to eat away at it, but when you got those bright yellows into the whites, that's going to be, 2,000 plus joules of CAPE. We've just, it's a little technical, but we've got lots of instability is the point. Yeah, Jackson's exactly right there. Michelle's watching in Wimberley. Jackie's saying the audio keeps freezing. I believe we are good on our end. Let me know if you're still experiencing problems, but my computer here is doing okay. It might be the cell service on your device, but let me know if you keep running into issues. Yeah, Jackson, these can be very tricky storms to track. Yeah, they kind of have a mind of their own for sure. All right, so that's the deal. Again, the warning goes until 7:45. We'll see what they decide to do with that. I do want to stay on here for the next couple of minutes, though, again, just to get you updated. Hey, here's new stuff developing Mason County, and this is going to track over some of those same areas of northern Llano County. I know this has got kind of a hook to it. We'll watch and make sure nothing in here tries to rotate. Actually, we just got a note from the Weather Prediction Center with they're talking about the flash flooding potential. Those graphics take a while to load. Once that loads in, I'll show it to you here in a moment. Yeah, it's got kind of that kidney bean look to it. Let's go in here on the velocity, make sure nothing's trying to spin on us. I don't have a big tornado concern tonight, but some nights can surprise you. Yeah, it's got some broad spin in there. Yeah, it's definitely trying to spin a little bit when you get the greens and the reds together like that, but it is a broad spin and we're fairly far away from the radar here, so that's going to be higher up in the storm. Just something that we'll watch closely. Let's see if there's any hail showing up in there. Yeah, that's a new hail core. It would not surprise me if they severe warned this new hail core, which is over, it's just north of the 29 corridor in Mason County. Mason is a part of the San Angelo National Weather Service office. The rest of our KVUE area, other than Milam County, is the National Weather Service San Antonio/Austin, which is located in New Braunfels. We'll see if they decide to but issue a warning that would extend into Llano County, as the original storm that produced the severe warning is weakening on approach to Llano. Now, still, I'd imagine you're getting some hail there in Llano, so if anybody in town can safely give us some reports, we'd appreciate it. But let's see if we can pull up this note from the Weather Prediction Center. They're highlighting parts of central Texas for flooding potential through this evening. We know we need the rain, but based on how saturated the ground is from the rain that we had back last week, we are going to have to watch that flooding potential. Okay, let me get this pulled up for you. One moment. I'll show you what they are talking about here. Let's go weather 4, we'll toss that in router 2, and then we'll pull this up for you. This might look a little bit funny, but here is the graphic from the Weather Prediction Center. So they're saying they're highlighting this zone in here, right, which even goes into the I-35 corridor, but then especially in this red hatched area, which is Mason, Llano, Gillespie, and then Clipping, Burnett, and Blanco counties. That's going to be the area where they see the highest risk. So localized rainfall rates of 1 to 3 inches per hour will likely lead to additional isolated to scattered instances of flash flooding. And again, in this red zone, greatest risk for prolonged heavy rainfall. Additional localized totals up to 5 inches are possible. So there is that flood risk, and that kind of coincides very nicely with the update that we got from them earlier today as far as their flood outlook. I'll take you back over to the Max computers to show you that. Again, they're watching Mason, Llano, Burnett, Gillespie, northern Blanco County. That's where the flood potential is greatest, where they're saying not everybody in here, but there could be isolated totals that see as much as 5 inches of rainfall. And given that the soil is saturated from the rain that we had back last week, it's not going to be like last week where the ground is so dry it's just absorbing everything. I think we're going to get more efficient runoff. Now, that could be good news for getting some of this into our Highland Lake system. We know we need that. Lake Travis went up about a foot over the past 7 days, but is still about 30 feet under the average for this time of the year. We want to get some water in there, but I don't want anybody dealing with significant flash flooding issues. So we will watch that for you. But that's kind of the bigger picture here. The reality of what's currently going on is we've got now kind of two cells. One that is closing in on the Castell area right there on the Mason-Llano border, and then a severe storm which is right now moving into Llano. This earlier was producing egg-size hail, then they downgraded it to quarter-size hail. Yeah, this could still be producing quarter-size hail coming right into Llano as we speak, along with heavy rain. This thing's producing some pretty good lightning too. So we'll be looking to see if we got any reports coming out of this. Let's see, actually. Yeah, the last report we had was well northwest of town. That's when it was egg-sized hail. The hail, I would say, is smaller than that, but could certainly be quarter-size heading into Llano right now. And again, if you have any reports, you can tweet them to me at Hunt_WX. You can send them in on Facebook. You can even send them in on the KVUE app using the Near Me feature. Okay, here's a new note from the National Weather Service. So we're about to get a new severe thunderstorm warning, which will include western Llano County capturing both of the cells. So exactly what we talked about earlier. We've got hail over Llano and then new hail coming out of Mason County. So they're going to issue a new warning that's going to capture both of these. So let's wait a moment here, and I'd imagine we will see that populate here on our screen in just a few moments. Lisa says, what's the likelihood of severe storms in Cedar Park? Not zero, but it is a much lower severe threat for Cedar Park and for our I-35 corridor county. So Williamson, Travis, Hayes County. Williamson County and Cedar Park not included in the severe thunderstorm watch. I do think there could be some rain and maybe a couple of storms later on this evening. I'm not anticipating big severe weather issues across the metro as of now. Again, we'll need to watch it, but the idea is that this stuff should be weakening on approach. Okay, so there is the new warning. This might look a little funny. As I mentioned, there's kind of some Jenga going on between National Weather Service offices. But here's the update on the new warning. This goes until 8:45, so another hour plus on this. Blanco, Burnett, Gillespie, and Llano counties included in this. This includes Kingsland, Granite Shoals, Horseshoe Bay. Let me see what they're tracking for the hail size in here. At 7:37, a severe thunderstorm was located near Llano, moving southeast to 25, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Quarter-size hail possible. So they're going quarter-size hail still with this storm. Let's see. Give me one moment. I got to come in here and update our weather crawl for the moment. But that's a look at the new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we have two hail cores in there. One that is coming from around Castell into Llano County. Another hail core that is right over town in Llano, and that is moving southeast. Both of these hail cores could be producing hail up to quarter size. Again, I apologize. I'm getting in here and updating our weather crawl. All right, now that is fixed. Maricela asking, what about Southeast Austin? Again, across the metro right now, absolutely no issues, and the overall severe risk is much lower. For the metros, these storms are likely going to be weakening as they approach our area later on tonight. And we're getting the sun going down right now. Obviously, we'll start to lose some of that impressive instability that is built up. And just to show you our severe thunderstorm watch, it does not include any part of the I-35 corridor. Burnett, Blanco, Llano, Mason, Gillespie counties included in that watch. Large hail, gusty winds, the main concern. Jackson says, I got 7 notifications because of this warning. Well, that means you've got a foolproof way to get your weather alerts. That's what we recommend. You guys should see my phone, though. Of course, I've got a million alerts and Twitter alerts and KVUE app and all of it. If there's a warning issued in our KVUE area, my phone dings about 15 times. Yep, Michelle, no problem. I appreciate it. Beth says, really enjoy your weathercast. Well, thank you, Beth. We are in Fredericksburg. What's the possibility of us seeing some storms around midnight? Yeah, let's talk about playing this out a little bit further. There was a storm over Harper, west of Fredericksburg. That has really fizzled out. These storms currently on track to stay northeast of Gillespie County. Let's go into our models, though. So here is one model. And again, I'm going to kind of the multi-model approach here because we've got the models have just really kind of struggled with this setup. They are showing storms. Yeah, I don't know if this model has a great idea, but this model is showing storms into Fredericksburg and Gillespie County after midnight, so maybe 1 to 2 a.m. And this new run of the model is bringing some storms, again, probably not severe at that point, but some stronger storms into parts of Austin, the metro, into the northern I-35 corridor late tonight into tomorrow morning. Lingering rain early Saturday and then out of here. So for Gillespie County, again, the severe storms out there right now are not impacting you. But I do think later on tonight I do expect some additional rain over Gillespie County. That was a long-winded way of saying later tonight there's probably going to be some storms. Here's a report from the emergency manager in Llano. High winds from the north, heavy rain and pea-sized hail 3 miles west of the city of Llano. So that's from the emergency manager there. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to real quickly pull up the wind speeds there. Last week we had, what was it? I think it was like a 66 mile per hour wind gust coming in for Llano. Let's see. 9 miles per hour. That's pretty tame. Yeah. I would imagine when the storm comes in, again, they're saying wind gusts could be as high as 60. You know, it's not all the time that you get actual confirmation of that, but there certainly could be some gusty winds in these storms. That's the latest report that we have there from Llano. Again, if anybody here is watching and has reports to pass along, we would appreciate it. I'm going to punch this out real quick. Just going to tweet so folks know we're streaming now on KVUE Plus and our Facebook page. All right, got that pushed out. Let's check in with our hail producer, which is over Llano, and a new hail producer, which is over the Castell area. So here's the latest hail tracker. Hey, I like to see this. Looks like the hail continues to kind of weaken on approach to Llano. It's hailing in Llano right now, I would imagine, but this is probably smaller than quarter size. Again, any reports would be very helpful, but this is not the same egg-sized hail that we had earlier. Let's turn on our hail report, see if anything's coming in. No. Yeah, so the last report that we had out of Llano County was from the emergency manager, Robert Mims there. He said high winds from the north, heavy rain and pea-sized hail. So he's saying pea-sized hail. Yep, that sounds about right to me. I don't think that's producing quarters quite yet, or at this point, but sure could be some pea-sized hail there. So that is the situation right now. Let's do we'll do a little Skycam tour here. So here's our Kalahari cam. Obviously nothing is going on in Round Rock right now, but if we pan that thing to the northwest or to the west, we might be able to. It's just tough. We've got in the higher levels of the atmosphere, we call it the blow off. The high clouds are kind of streaming in. That's why we've clouded up across the I-35 corridor, even though these storms. Let's see how far away from Austin these things are. They're still a pretty good clip away. So this severe storm over Llano, still about 60 miles out of Austin. And again, I think what could happen is that a lot of this activity will weaken on approach to the I-35 corridor. So I think we'll get a couple of rounds of rain across parts of the hill country, and it might not be until several hours from now, even into the overnight hours, that we get into some rain for the Austin Metro. The models aren't doing well, so I apologize. I had you on the Skycam. Here's the map that I was annotating. Models aren't doing perfectly, but that's kind of the idea for now. Let's see, new update from the Storm Prediction Center. They just issued their new convective outlook. Let's see if they've made any changes, maybe shifted it eastward a little bit. No, looks like they haven't changed it. So still the same thinking from the Storm Prediction Center. They are including Austin in that slight risk, but again, it really looks like the core of the severe risk is going to be more so across the hill country. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible to get some hail or some wind in here in the metro, but I do think it's going to be a much higher potential for that across the hill country through this evening. Okay, let's check in on our rainfall, because as we touched on with the Weather Prediction Center graphic, it's not just hail potential here, but also heavy rain. And anywhere on this map where you see the greens, that's going to be 1 to 3 inches of rain. And that is now expanding into the Llano area, 1.1, 1.9. Yeah, just healthy rainfall totals. But if we start getting, instead of 1 to 2, if we start getting 2 to 4, that's where maybe we're getting into flood advisory territory for some minor flooding concerns. And yeah, that was the SPC board coming across here. That was just the convective outlook that they updated. Just to show you, we're not going to have any issues right now, but we are able to track the river levels in here. So we've got the Llano River that goes through Llano. The gauge is still in the green there, so all of our, looks kind of confusing, but all these dots and squares, those are all the various river gauges, and when they're green, there's no flooding. If we start getting some yellows or oranges, we'll keep an eye on that, because again, the soil is a lot more saturated compared to what we had last week. So I do think the runoff is going to be a bit more efficient. So that could lead to maybe some creeks and streams getting swollen. But for now, it's mainly the hail threat, which is now starting to shift, it looks like, south of Llano. There still could be some pea-sized hail or smaller hail in Llano, but not only is the hail core weakening, but it's starting to pull away to the south. Last report from Llano, the emergency manager there was saying pea-sized hail, and also that hail core over the Castell area has weakened. So I don't think this thing is producing quarter-sized hail right now, which is certainly good news. Any other questions? Let's see. That's just another update from the Storm Prediction Center. I apologize, I've got the phone volume on to just make sure I see everything, but you guys see how much my phone dings when I get warnings. Yeah, Jackson is saying the models don't have any clue. Frankly, I agree with you. The models are really having a hard time assessing where storms are currently developed. Just kind of the intro to forecasting. If the model does not know where storms are currently located, well, guess what? It probably doesn't know where they will be an hour or 2 or 3 or 4 hours from now. So this will be one of those nights where, again, I think most of this will stay across the hill country over the next couple of hours, but some nights you just got to be humble and say, we'll sit here and watch the radar and see how things play out. Let's see, one more time I do want to show you the update that we got from the Weather Prediction Center regarding our flood threat. Let's see, you get this pulled up. And then what I might do here in a moment is behind the scenes with our streaming equipment, I actually need to restart the computer. That way, you'll notice I'm not on camera right now, having a little bit of an issue with that. So I might reboot things and get that kind of restarted here in a moment. But I do want to show you this update from the WPC, that's the Weather Prediction Center, where they are highlighting really the I-35 corridor and points west for localized flash flooding with some rainfall rates that could be 1 to 3 inches per hour. So isolated to scattered instances of flash flooding. And you can see that, and just as we're talking about that, we got our flood advisory for Llano. So we'll get to that after I finish up with this graphic. In this red hatched area, so I know these maps are, every time I post one of these on Facebook, people are like, where in the world is that? They're hard to read. This is Mason County, where my mouse is right now. That's Mason. This is Llano County. This is Western Burnett County. This is Gillespie County. This is Northwest Blanco County. So in that corridor especially, we'll be watching the potential for some localized flash flooding, and we do have a flood advisory right on cue, which has been issued for much of central and northern Llano County. This will go until midnight. This does include the town of Llano, and you can see, I'll put this into motion. Again, the green box is that flood advisory. Let me pop into that and read the text. Let's see what's going on. They're saying 60 mile per hour winds and no, that is the severe thunderstorm. I apologize. I'll read it over here on the National Weather Service chat. They're saying 1 to 2 inches of rainfall has already occurred. Let's see how much more they're saying is possible. So, small stream flooding caused by excessive rainfall is possible. A portion of south central Texas, mainly Llano County, until midnight. Minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. Rises in small streams and in normally dry creek beds. Dangerous flows over low water crossings. Doppler radar indicating heavy rain due to thunderstorms. This will cause small stream flooding. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain has already fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are expected over the area. This could result in minor flooding. So, yep, that is the situation with both a severe thunderstorm warning and a flood advisory, both in effect now for Llano. Yep, folks are asking about Austin. Again, it's a little bit trickier for the I-35 corridor. I still think the next few hours are still looking dry in Austin. If we were to get into some rain in Austin, I think it would be during the overnight hours, probably after midnight. Now, we'll watch this activity over Llano County. It is moving southeastward. As I back out the view just to show you where, give you kind of the broader picture here. This is moving southeastward. As the crow flies, this severe storm is about 60 miles from Austin. So moving 20 miles per hour, you can do the math, here in about 3 hours. If it held together, it could be moving in. So it's coming up on 8 o'clock now. That would be 11 o'clock at the earliest. But I think this thing's probably going to weaken. And I don't know that this storm itself makes it into the metro. There is more stuff back behind it over Mason County. That stuff about 100 miles away. Again, I think after midnight, if there was going to be rain in Austin, it would be there. But for Austin and points east, the rain chance is looking lower. The rain chance is much higher this evening across the hill country, especially Mason, Llano, Blanco, Burnett, and Gillespie counties. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to put you here on the radar loop for a moment. Again, I apologize. I'm not trying to just drop off of the stream here. We've got some technical issues going on behind the scenes here. So I'm going to try and reboot the computer and get that resolved. And again, I'm going to put you on the radar loop. There's not going to be any audio, but we'll hop back on here in just a couple of moments. right, we are live. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Hey, Nate, just realized something. If we could turn down the studio audio, that'd be great. Thank you. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We've got some severe storms, strong to severe storms, which are moving through the hill country right now. We've been watching a storm over Llano County. The warning has now been extended into parts of Gillespie County and Blanco counties. So here's the radar right now, where we've got this lone storm that is severe and then more non-severe but heavy rain-producing storms over Mason County. The storm earlier was producing hail in Llano. The brunt of it, though, has moved down to the south now. Let's go into the hail tracker and see what exactly it is picking up on now. I'm going to transfer over to the wider box as well. Now the hail risk has shifted south of Llano and has made it into Enchanted Rock now. The text of the warning, and I will say Enchanted Rock is not included in the severe thunderstorm warning, but just to the north, we do have hail that could be pea-size, maybe as high as quarter size in spots. But a couple of separate hail cores here that we're watching. There's one north of Enchanted Rock and then a smaller hail core up north of that. That is right on Ranch Road 2323 in Llano County. Outside of that, and we just had a new one issued, we are tracking a couple of flood advisories. This again is for minor flooding. The one that we had issued, well, let's go with the, there we go. We'll go with the triple box here so you can see we've got a flood warning, or a flood advisory rather, for minor flooding. That includes Llano, this includes Castell until the midnight hour, where we have 1 to 2 inches of rain that has already fallen and an additional 1 to 3 that could fall. This was just issued for Mason County. This one goes until 10 p.m. for northern Mason County. This does not include Mason proper, but we could be looking at 1 to 2 inches of rain that has already fallen here as well. And we'll go into the accumulations here, and let's go kind of county by county. So first here in Mason County, anywhere where you see green, that's going to be 1 to 3 inches of rain. There's 2.1, 1.1. They're just north of town. And then anywhere in the blue is going to be between 1/10 of an inch and 1 inch of rain. So we've got all sorts of those totals there over northern Mason County. Now we go into Llano County, where we've got kind of a wider swath of that green, 1.9, 1.2, 1.4, 2.2, all sorts of 1 to 2 inch plus estimates there over Llano County. So some minor flooding could be ongoing there. Keep an eye here on both the National Weather Service chat and our Facebook chat. So if you guys have any reports that you can pass along to us, we'd really appreciate it. Can we move the rain away? I know it's a Friday evening, but we had a nice little stretch of dry weather here over the past couple of days, but now tonight we are back looking at a stormy forecast. Let me show you this. We have a severe thunderstorm watch, which is in effect until 10 p.m. I'm going to, here, let's try this real quick. A severe thunderstorm watch, which is in effect until 10 p.m. There we go. This does not include the metro, but it does include Burnett County, Blanco, Llano, Mason, and Gillespie counties. And a lot of folks have been asking me, what about the storm risk for the metro? Well, the severe weather parameters look much lower as of now for Austin and for Round Rock. I think that the bigger issues with stronger storms are likely going to be out across the hill country. With that being said, switch over here. With that being said, again, I do think that we could have some rain that makes it into parts of the metro, perhaps even into the Austin area a little bit later on this evening, but that probably would be a while from now, maybe a couple of hours from now, or even a midnight or beyond. So here's the radar situation. Still nothing going on across the I-35 corridor right now. We're watching Llano County, where the severe storm is located at the moment. We do have a cold front, though. Let me go back to that. A cold front, which is essentially up around San Angelo now. That's been kind of the forcing for some of these storms coming in. Also some development that's been going on over northern Mexico on some of the higher terrain there. So I think we'll probably have a couple of different rounds of storms, especially for the hill country through tonight. Here's how one of our models plays this out, and I will tell you, the models have not done a great job through this evening of pinpointing where storms are going to develop or even the timing. But this particular model is showing, I don't know that this is initialized very well, but shows the activity staying mainly across the hill country here over the next 1 to 3 hours, and then overnight, maybe another round of storms first across the hill country, and then at this point, I think overnight, even into tomorrow morning, that's going to be the more favored time where Austin and the I-35 corridor could get into some better rain chances here. This has rain continuing into parts of early Saturday morning, and then drier air working in by the time we get into the late morning and the early afternoon. Here's the flood outlook. As you can see in this yellow zone, the Weather Prediction Center did go with that level 2. That's the slight risk over parts of Mason, Llano, northern Burnett County, northern Blanco County, northern Gillespie County. That's going to be the favored area where there could be some pockets of 2 to 5 inches of rainfall. We just have flood advisories right now, but the Weather Prediction Center earlier, they tweeted out, again, in this zone, there may be some totals that would support a flash flood warning. We don't have that right now, but that's going to be the zone to watch through this evening. The flooding threat is looking much lower into the I-35 corridor, where the rain chances altogether are looking lower. Here's one model's take on rainfall accumulations through the rest of tonight. And again, it's got pretty meager stuff along the I-35 corridor, where it's going to be harder to get rain in here. So for much of the Austin Metro, I just don't think this is going to be the situation where, like some of the stuff we got last week, where we get a ton of heavy rain. But across the hill country, there's going to be pockets of 1 to 3, maybe even some pockets of 2 to 5 inches of rain. That could produce minor flooding, and that's kind of the main deal. Low water crossings, creeks and streams. But I can't rule out maybe a flood warning or two if we get into some more significant problems with flooding. And then to show you the weekend forecast as a whole, it's not going to be a washout this weekend. A 20% rain chance. That's to account for rain lingering into Saturday morning. And then Sunday, we're also looking at about a 20% chance for showers, a high of around 80 degrees. So this is a little cool front coming through. This time of the year, we know it's not going to be chilly or anything like that, but it is possible to get some cooler temperatures after today we hit a high of 92 degrees. All right, we'll come back over here and show you again the situation that's going on right now across the hill country, where we are watching Llano County and now into parts of northern Gillespie County. So again, here's the one storm that is severe. Let me pull up the timing and everything on this. So it's a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Llano County, southern Llano County, a sliver there of northeastern Gillespie County, northwestern Blanco, and into parts of southwestern Burnett County. This is for quarter-size hail and winds that could be as strong as 60 miles per hour, and these are also producing some locally heavy rainfall. Here's the latest hail tracker, where the kind of lone hail core now is on the far southern edge of this. It is north and east of Enchanted Rock. And just got a few notes there from the National Weather Service. We'll get into those here in a moment. This is going to be, I would say, P to quarter-size hail on the east side of Enchanted Rock. And this, if it continues, could pass into northeastern Gillespie County. There also could be some small hail with this stuff up in Mason County that we will keep an eye on. Yeah, Linda's saying is Hayes County in the warning. Hayes County is not included in this warning. It's again, you can see this is all across the hill country: Llano, Burnett, Gillespie County into Blanco County. Give me one moment. We were having some issues with our streaming computer earlier, so if we're a little bit all over the place, that's why. Just getting things reorganized here. I'm going to pull up the Facebook chat and see what you guys are saying. Let this load in. April says West Texas really needs the rain. Hey, we could use the rain here in Central Texas as well. We have made big improvement on the drought situation. I'm going to show you our updated drought monitor if you missed it yesterday. Blanco County now no longer dealing with any exceptional drought. Now still the second highest level. That's extreme drought. Even Gillespie County seeing big improvements. And then north into parts of Burnett County, that is just the moderate drought now. But still, especially over Gillespie County, we could go with getting some more rain in here, that's for sure. Missy is getting thunder in Lampasas. Should we expect hail in the Miller area? Juan asks. Again, I think that the severe weather potential for Austin and the I-35 corridor is much lower. I think a lot of this activity will either stay across the hill country, and we're seeing that now with some of this diving south into Gillespie and Blanco, will either stay across the hill country or will weaken on approach to the I-35 corridor. Yet National Weather Service picking up on that same little cell north of Enchanted Rock, saying new severe thunderstorm core is strengthened just north of Enchanted Rock in southwest Llano County. And then here are a few of the notes. So they just sent out a couple of tweets here. Yeah, just saying they're continuing to watch the severe potential with some of these ongoing cells over the hill country. Hey, real quick, want to show you, let's see. Let's head on over to the big board over here and wanted to walk you through some of the rainfall totals. This is the LCRA Hydromet. Again, we don't have any flood warnings right now, but we do have some flood advisories. That is for the minor flooding. Those have been issued for Llano County and then back into parts of Mason County. So no measurable rain so far across the metro, but look at some of these totals up here in Llano County. The LCRA site there, right there in town, has picked up just about an inch even. We've got 1.56 here. That's Johnson Creek near Llano. Here's a report near Valley Spring, 1.59 inches of rain. So when you're in that kind of 1 to 3 inch range, that's where we're talking flood advisories. Again, the creeks and streams will need to watch there. And then getting back into Mason County. Here's one just to the north, 1.34, and then this one north of Mason, that's 0.64 inches there. That's 3 miles northeast of Mason. Kind of interesting, a few of the things I've been watching, though. I'll punch up the soil moisture. So last week, when we were tracking that flooding potential, obviously it had been a while since we had heavy rain, so the soil was much drier. Now, because of the rain that we had back last week, the soil is a lot more saturated. You see the greens here, and that's why some of this heavy rain is probably more efficient in producing runoff, because it's not just instantly being absorbed into the ground. We're getting runoff into creeks and streams. Now, is that good news for lake levels? Yes, more of it makes it into the creeks and streams and eventually into our Highland Lake system. But again, that does mean that low water crossings, low-lying spots that are more prone to flooding, that could be more of an issue, just given that the soil is already saturated from the recent rainfall. But we will keep a close eye on any of these totals, especially here over Llano County, and now some of this developing over more southern portions of Llano County into Gillespie and into Blanco counties as well. So I'll hop back over here. We'll get you back to the radar, and I'll make sure we don't have any concerns coming up in. Make sure we don't have any concerns coming up in the chat. Tornado risk tonight. Yeah, let's go through the kind of categorical outlook here. Mainly, this is a hail and then a locally heavy rain risk. So I'll show you what I mean. Here's our flood risk. As you can see, level 1, kind of a minor flood risk for the I-35 corridor, but across the hill country into Mason, Llano, Gillespie counties, we'll throw in western Burnett, northwestern Blanco. There is going to be the potential for, or the higher potential for some flooding there, mainly minor flooding, but maybe a few pockets that get as much as 2 to 5 inches of rain. And then here is the severe weather outlook, which has the level 2 out of 5 essentially along and west of I-35. But then as we get into the categorical, here's the tornado risk. I'll have to back it out. Again, they're watching parts of North Texas, Northeast Texas, but no I don't want to say no, but it's a very, very low tornado risk here locally, not my main concern. Here's the wind outlook. Excuse me. This is our wind outlook where they've got us in the 10% area. And then here is the hail outlook where they are including parts of the hill country in that hatched area, which means that significant hail could be possible in spots. Again, earlier we had hail that was up to egg size in the Llano area. So we'll hop back over here to the radar to show you our continued severe storm, which is now expanding from Llano into parts of Gillespie County, even outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. So let's zoom in here on Gillespie County. Yeah, we've got new stuff developing south of Enchanted Rock, near Eckert, bringing heavy rain and lightning. This stuff may miss Gillespie County, or miss Fredericksburg, I should say. On the topic of the tornado risk, we've got a little bit of a kidney bean shape there. We had one of those earlier in Llano County. Again, I'm not very concerned about tornado potential, but some of these storms have been trying to rotate up in the higher levels of the storm. Yep, that thing's trying to spin a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on it. But again, we're kind of at a distance from the radar here, so we're looking at a higher vantage point in the storm. Obviously, for tornadoes, you need that rotation at lower levels in the storm. So we'll watch that. Make sure they're not saying anything about that in the National Weather Service chat. They're not. With hail continuing to be the main concern, that is also where we've got this hail core. I would say this could be quarter size, maybe even a little bit larger there, right on the Gillespie-Llano County line. Here's 16, which runs up to the north from Eckert there. And that is the only hail core right now in that warning. There on the far southern edge of things, they actually just trimmed the warning. And Llano, you are now out of the severe thunderstorm warning, which is good news. But it's still going to continue for those areas that remain highlighted until 8:45. Just to show you the hail path here recently, you can see this is the hail history over about the last 2 hours. You can see we had that pocket that came down into Llano, and even beyond that here, I'll kind of play this backwards. We had that big storm came out of San Saba County, approached Llano, kind of weakened. We had a report from the emergency manager in Llano of pea-sized hail, and now we've got this new hail core going up closer to Enchanted Rock. And also our flood advisories. One for Llano that goes until midnight, another flood advisory for northern Mason County, but this does not include Mason proper. This one goes until 10 p.m., I believe. So again, the flood advisory is for minor flooding when we've got, say, 1 to 2 inches of rain, maybe 1 to 3 that has fallen, low water crossings, that sort of thing that we'll need to watch out for, creeks, streams, but not significant flooding, not enough to issue a flood warning. Adriana is asking about the Burnett area and the hail risk. Let's, imminently, this storm is not going to impact Burnett proper. The only areas of Burnett County that are included, it's closer to Marble Falls. This is far southwest Burnett County. And the hail core is probably going to pass south of that into Blanco County. I can't rule out additional hail-producing storms for Burnett later on this evening, but this existing storm is not going to bring a hail threat to Burnett proper. Let's see, let's back out the view and see what's developing downstream. So here's the statewide view. You can see the big watch. Let's see where that front is. There's our cold front, which is coming down. That's giving us kind of the forcing for these storms. It's going to clear our area later on tonight. And this time of the year, we know that a cold front's not going to bring chilly weather, but it is going to cool us down a little bit. Highs in the low to mid 80s both days over the weekend. But as that front shifts south into our area, this could bring kind of another round of rain and storms into the overnight. And again, I think that it's really going to be midnight or later that Austin kind of gets into the brunt of the storm risk. That, however, is assuming that this activity out towards Llano does not make it in. New storms developing over central and northern Mason County. We'll need to continue to watch the flood risk there. And just to show you, we do have our river gauges that we have available in our Max computer here. May take a while for them to load. All the green dots and the green squares that you see there, those are all the gauges there. So we've got gauges obviously on the Llano River, the one in town, and then one that is along 87 there in Mason County. Everything in the green, which means we don't have any significant flooding, but we will be keeping an eye on those just in case through this evening. Let's do a storm track on this. Let me make sure I get the latest movement. Still there saying 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail potential, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. Cool. We'll get zoomed in a little bit. Southeast at 20. We'll kind of favor that southern edge of the warning. And here's the approximate timing. So Sandy, 8:46, which is what, 10 to 15 minutes from now. Round Mountain, 8:52. And Johnson City just before 9 p.m. with this severe storm rolling in. Johnson City not currently in the warning, but we'll see if they decide to extend that down to the south. April, no problem. I appreciate you tuning in. Any concern in the Leander area? Yep, not right now. Again, no part of Travis or Williamson has an imminent threat for hail or any sort of severe weather, and I do think that overall it's a much lower concern for the I-35 corridor. These areas not included in the severe thunderstorm watch. This goes until 10 p.m. but only includes our hill country areas, that is Burnett, Llano, Mason, Gillespie, and Blanco counties. Let's go into some models though and see if we have any models that are initializing a little bit better. Here's one. It's not perfect, but it's showing again most of that stuff weakening on approach to the I-35 corridor. But then we get kind of more rounds of heavy rain across the hill country. That's going to continue the flooding threat into the late evening, early overnight. And for Austin, again, if we get rain, which is not a guarantee, it's probably going to be closer to midnight, 1 a.m. into the overnight. Then stuff is pulling down to our south by Saturday morning. And the rest of the weekend, I don't want to say completely dry, but we've got kind of small 20% rain chances. Here's the note from the Weather Prediction Center. Let me get this pulled up real quick for you. So I know these maps can look a little funky. So here's what the Weather Prediction Center released earlier. In this purple highlighted area, they're saying localized rainfall rates of 1 to 3 inches per hour. That will lead to additional isolated to scattered instances of flash flooding. In the purple, so here's Austin, Williamson County, Hayes County. I know these maps are just so difficult to read sometimes. In this red area that is circled and hatched, this is Mason County, Llano County, western Burnett County, northwest Blanco, into Gillespie County. This is the zone they're watching where flash flooding, the greatest risk for prolonged heavy rainfall, additional localized totals up to 5 inches. Again, that's not to say everywhere there is going to get 5 inches of rain, but there could certainly be pockets of up to 5 inches of rain in that zone. And this very closely mimics their flood outlook. It's the same group, it makes sense, but they're in that yellow shading. That is where the flood potential looks greatest, and that is what we'll be watching for you through the rest of this evening. As of now, here's what the radar looks like. One severe storm, which is over, Llano and northeastern Gillespie County. Next up is going to be Blanco County. As this storm moves southeast, it's moving at about 20. It's capable of quarter-size hail and maybe some gusty winds in there. We've got new heavy rain coming in here over Mason County. Let's see if there's any hail in there. Maybe a little bit of small hail there on the west side of town. Rainfall accumulations, yeah, these are going to start to add up, especially here in this zone, far northern Mason. Let's punch up some of these radar estimates. Right there on the county line, 4.3 already. So they were saying isolated totals up to 5, closing in on that here as we speak. Again, this is one of those areas that has the flood advisory for northern Mason. This goes until 10 o'clock for that zone, and there's more heavy rain moving in there now. You'll be watching that closely. The other flood advisory that we have is for, just got a new excessive rainfall outlook, and it looks very similar to the one earlier. But the other flood advisory here is for Llano County, where the heaviest rain for now has moved out, although there is some more stuff coming in from the west. Accumulations there, already a pretty widespread 1 to 3. Looks like another bullseye might be developing there right along the 71 corridor. 2.4. Those are some of the radar estimates there. No further updates from the National Weather Service. They're continuing to watch things with the one severe warning, which is again currently over Llano and Gillespie County, seeing if that's going to hold together as it approaches now Blanco County and could be tracking towards the Round Mountain area. Hail potential, I don't think this thing is producing severe hail right now, just to be completely honest with you, but these hail cores, and the National Weather Service was talking about this earlier, they'll cycle up and down. So just because it's looking a little bit weaker right now does not mean that's going to be the case in the next scan. It can jump right back up and be producing quarter to golf ball size hail, but right now I would say this is probably more so pea-sized hail, which is kind of at that triple point with Gillespie County, Llano County, and Blanco County, and it's going to be passing into northern Blanco County here soon. And the warning goes until 8:45. Okay, so here's the note. They are issuing a strong storm advisory for this moving out of a strong storm advisory. That's kind of like the flood advisory. It's a step down. It's a step down below the severe thunderstorm warning, so you have small hail, maybe some moderately gusty winds. That leads me to believe they will probably let this warning expire just because the trend has been weakening. It does technically go until 8:45, but here in the next 7 minutes, if not earlier, we'll find out what exactly they want to do with that warning. They are continuing, though, the flood advisory for Llano County. That is still set to expire at midnight tonight. I'm going to go over here to the ATX flood site too, just to yep, we're just showing 2 low water crossings closed. I think we can handle that. And those were ones that were closed ahead of tonight. So these storms are still out across the hill country. We're probably not going to have a good vantage point of these. Let's head out to our sky cam. So that's Kalahari. I tell you, the best shot might be Oasis, honestly. Look at that, kind of a dramatic sky. Let's there we go. I said the best shot would be Oasis, and there it is. You got some lightning off in the background. So we are looking across Lake Travis out towards this storm, which is currently located in Llano County and northeastern Gillespie County. That's how far you can see these things off in the distance. Beautiful storm structure there. Look at that, panning up, into the thunderstorm anvil. That's the view of it. Yeah, we'll keep that, we'll just kind of keep an eye on that perspective. We'll go over here to and we'll leave that in the triple box just so we can continue to see the lightning there. Joe says, how's it going, Hunter? I'm doing good. How are you guys doing on this Friday? What's to come after this little system? Again, I think it's going to be kind of generally quieter through the rest of this weekend after this. Lingering rain into tomorrow morning. I have like a 20% rain chance for Sunday. I think through the first half of Sunday there could be some light showers. I don't see storm potential. And then next week looks almost completely dry, and it's going to be much hotter. Highs each day after Monday are going to be probably in the low 90s. Christina says intermittent lightning in Georgetown, I-35 north about Williams Drive. Yeah, we're seeing lightning here from our Oasis cam too. Another vantage point we might be able to look at is our tower cam, and this is doing well, so we'll leave this one up for now. Okay, here's a note on this severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be allowed to drop off here soon. So let me, as I read this, we'll punch up the information for you. Jason at the National Weather Service is saying hail size has trended down to penny size and winds around 40 miles per hour with the storm near the Lano-Gillespie-Belenco line. We will allow the severe thunderstorm warning to expire and have issued a downstream special weather statement for this strong storm. So just like we were saying, the hail size has decreased. They're going to let this expire here in the next 3 minutes or so. I'll stay with you until then, and then we'll probably take a little bit of a break. And obviously, if we need to, we will pop back on here as needed through tonight. And while we wait on that, I want to hop back over here to our monitor and just update you on some of the LCRA rainfall totals. So we'll toss Cam 7 in here, and we'll take this. And I'll walk over here and we'll go over some of the LCRA hydromet reports, which continue to add up over Llano County. The National Weather Service, again, the latest that we have from them, they are continuing the flood advisory for minor flood potential for central and northern Llano County. We've got 1.58 inches in the rain gauge there. This is Johnson Creek near Llano. Look at that, 1.77 inches now, 14 miles west-northwest of Llano. And then up here in Mason County, we don't have... Here's one gauge. This is outside of Mason County near Menard, 1.89 inches of rain. We've got more heavy stuff coming into northern Mason County, so that will certainly be a zone to watch. Now seeing some of these higher totals expanding into more southern parts of Llano County, 13 miles south-southwest of Llano. Now upwards of an inch of rain, and then here in the Eckert area, the gauge there now at 0.57 inches of rainfall. And I'm hoping, again, not a guarantee, we got to watch that flood potential. I'm hoping that we just get some beneficial heavy rain here. We get a little bit of runoff heading into our Highland Lake system. Again, this corridor here, Gillespie County, Belenco County, that heads into Lake Travis, Lake LBJ watershed up to the north, and then the Lake Buchanan watershed has already been getting some rain from storms to the north. So hopefully we can help our drought conditions, we can help our lake levels and not run into anything too significant as far as flooding potential. If you're kind of a weather nerd like me and you just want to nerd out on the LCRA site, it's really, really interesting stuff to see. So you can even get into kind of the stream flow of the rivers here with the river gauge. So this is the Llano River at Llano, and you can see the trend here over the past 7 days. Let's go just the past 2 days, and you can see that the flow was kind of coming down after the rain from a couple days ago, and then when we got more of that heavy rain, boom, spiked back up. Now it's not anywhere close to flood stage. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but just to show you how cool some of these tools are. You can see the river level, it was kind of going down closer to 2 feet, and then when we got more of that heavy rain over Llano, now it's heading back up towards 3 feet. So we've got no imminent issues right now as far as stream flooding or anything like that, but just to show you some of the factors that we'll be watching. Get you back to the 12-hour rainfall totals. And then let's head back over to our main map here, and we were waiting. As I say waiting, I just saw it drop off here. So here is our now non-severe storm, which is moving from southern Llano County and northeastern Gillespie County now into Belenco County. This still could have some penny-sized hail and some gusty winds to it, but it is no longer severe at this moment. And again, that kind of reinforces the idea that as these storms drift towards the I-35 corridor, the severe weather threat does look to diminish. One more note from the National Weather Service. They're saying recent runs of the HRRR insist ongoing convection in the northeast hill country will weaken after sunset, then redevelopment of showers and storms take place after midnight through the hill country and southern Edwards Plateau as the front arrives. And just to show you the model one more time, again, the models are not going to be perfect with this rain. But here is that high-res model that they were talking about. It's got this initial stuff over the hill country, kind of fizzling. But then the front moves in and we get another batch of heavy rain developing, still mainly across the hill country, but I think that's going to bring the best rain chance for Austin overnight into tomorrow morning. And then that moves down to the south. Here, let me hop in real quick. I got to update our high-res rainfall forecast. We'll see what kind of the new numbers are printing out here. Bear with me. We are editing our graphic on the fly here. And then on the bottom, you can see our Oasis cam. We're looking back to the west towards those strong storms in the hill country and seeing that lightning off in the distance. There we go. Cool. So here is what our HRRR is printing out for rainfall potential. Let this load through. And it's showing another ½ inch to 1 inch, fairly widespread over much of Mason County, Llano County, Gillespie County, and pockets that could be 1 to 3. Honestly, I would say this is a little bit underdone. If we do get another round of heavy rain coming in overnight, I would say some more 1 to 3 inch totals will be a possibility. Okay, so now that our warning has expired, I will let you go. We're going to, on Facebook, we will end the stream, but on KVUE Plus and YouTube, if you're watching on any of our other sites, we will continue with just the radar loop, and if we need to hop back on here tonight, we will. And of course, coming up here in about an hour, we'll have our full newscast on KVUE News at 10. We'd really appreciate it if you guys could join us. I will sign off for now, get you to the radar stream, and I will talk to you all later.